All right. Thank you, everyone. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, and especially our honored guests. I am Kimberly Husing, and I serve as the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources in this amazing school district. I am super delighted to be your MC for tonight's celebration. I have been joking in my department and with anyone who will listen that this is like our wedding reception this evening. Slightly different than in previous years when we had this recognition as part of the board meeting. And this evening it's kind of special. Lots of people joined in to make this amazing so that we could invite as many people as could come to celebrate our teachers of the year, our employees of the year, and especially our retirees. Together, we're going to celebrate the dedication and excellence of our staff members. They define our school community and the efforts that we provide this community. So thank you for joining us for this joyous occasion. Welcome. It's my honor to introduce Monica Hazel, our superintendent.
Good evening, everyone. I'm thrilled to be here today to honor all of our employees of the year. We are excited to celebrate the exceptional individuals whose dedication and passion have shaped the lives of our students here in Fallbrook. Each of you has been chosen by your peers and your supervisors for a reason, because you embody the values of excellence, of compassion, commitment to education here in Fallbrook. Your roles are pivotal to the success of our students, and we want you to know that we're immensely grateful for the impact that you make every single day in the work that you do. So today is a celebration of your achievements, your legacy, and the profound difference you've made in the lives of so many. Congratulations to all of our honorees, and I want to thank you for your unwavering dedication to our district. Thank you.
Hi, I'm on the board. I'm Connie Fish, and I'm not the president of the board. He was supposed to be here, and he's not, so I'm doing his part. On behalf of our governing board, we want to thank all of you who have been selected. Your commitment to our students' success is truly commendable. To our retirees, your years of service have left an enduring legacy at our schools. Congratulations to all for this remarkable achievement.
Super secret, Dr. Fish is an expert at this kind of thing because she was the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services in this district. So thank you, Dr. Fish. It's now the opportunity to honor our Employees of the Year and Teachers of the Year. So when I call your name, Employees of the Year and Teachers of the Year, please rise and make your way to me, and we'll be happy to clap for everyone. You will come to me, receive your certificate with Mrs. Hazel, and then I'm going to have you walk this way, and you'll look for Melissa, who's over here at the corner, and then we'll space you all out because we want to see all of you in the front, just like we do to our students, so we can honor you. Right, I know you're going to love it. Okay. So we're going to go school by school. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here and honoring our friends and colleagues. In honor of outstanding performance, we honor from Fallbrook STEM Academy, Veronica Castillo. Also from Fallbrook STEM Academy, Mr. Larry Hilsbeck. From La Paloma Elementary School, Employee of the Year, Rudy Solano. From La Paloma Elementary School, Teacher of the Year, Miss Cindy Houston. I don't think she's here. I don't think that Miss Houston can be with us today, but if you know, you know, we're sending her our best wishes. And in honor of the Employee of the Year from Live Oak Elementary School, Jose Sanchez Diaz. Live Oak Teacher of the Year, Sunny Rodriguez. I'm having flashbacks of Don Dornan, so if these teachers are loud, you know those students are loud too. Help me celebrate from, I know this is, it doesn't say which school it is, and you'll see why later, but help me celebrate from May Ellis Elementary School, Mayra Gutierrez. She's gonna stay. Also, from May Ellis Elementary School, Teacher of the Year, Laura Ixta Ayala. And from Mary Faye Pendleton School, Employee of the Year, Martha Gracia. And from Mary Faye Pendleton School, Teacher of the Year, Kristen Nicholas. Employee of the Year from Potter Junior High, Jamie Inista. And Teacher of the Year from Potter Junior High, Marisela Gonzalez. Employee of the Year from San Onofre School, Ivan Lopez. From San Onofre School, Teacher of the Year, Ms. Kaylin Woods. That's Ivan. From William H. Frazier, Employee of the Year, Carmen Fragella. Also from William H. Frazier, Teacher of the Year, Holly Johnson. From the Mike Choate Early Childhood Development Center, Employee of the Year, Gregoria Beltran. Good job, teachers and employees. I like you lining up very nicely on the carpet. Nicely done. Thank you. From the Mike Choate Early Childhood Development Center, Teacher of the Year, Emily Howard. From the Transportation Department, Employee of the Year, Rosa Castillo. Congratulations. And And from Child Nutrition Services, everybody's favorite department today because of the wonderful treats, help me celebrate Joelle Kate. And from the district office, another site in our district, please help me celebrate Raquel Calderon. And on behalf of the entire Fallbrook Union Elementary School District, the Executive Cabinet, and the Board of Trustees, these are our teachers and employees of the year. Please help me celebrate. Okay, just like at school, if these are your family members, please come and take a picture. Come on up. You get a front row. Come on, don't be shy. Smile, smile, everyone.
Okay, staff members, we're going to ask you to get into 2 rows so that we can take one group photo. Let's put our shorter people in the front, please. We'll go 2 rows. Nope, don't leave yet. Don't leave yet.
Okay, thank you so much. Next up in our agenda, we are so excited to honor our District Teacher of the Year. Seth, are we ready? District Teacher of the Year and our District Employee of the Year. Our District Teacher of the Year is Miss Kaylin Woods, and our District Employee of the Year is Mrs. Mayra Gutierrez. Thanks to our communication department, we have a short video to share with you now.
I am Mayra Gutierrez. I work here at Mayales, and I am the Bilingual School Community Support Services Assistant. What I love about my position is I am able to work directly with the families, with the students, support them in their needs. I enjoy coming every day here to Mayales, working with this amazing team that we have here, and just knowing that somehow, some way, little by little, we are getting to those families, supporting them and what they really need.
Myra knows all of the families that walk through our Mayella stores. She is able to greet them by name and with a smile. She has an ability to create relationships with our families and has been able to develop those bonds with them. Her leadership is honestly evident in everything she does. She provides support not only to our day program, but also to the ELO program. And she just has an ability to always be helpful and be there when you need her.
I grew up here in Fallbrook. I was 3 when I was brought to this country, and it was here in Fallbrook where I started. I grew up here. Mayales was actually my school, my elementary school, so I have a really close connection with this school. The relationship that I have with these parents is amazing. I grew up with some of these parents, so knowing that we're building that relationship with their own kids is just amazing.
Ms. Mayra Gutierrez, Employee of the Year. Monica, stay there. Raul's going to get a picture. And now help me celebrate our next video, Mrs. Kaylin Woods.
My name is Kaylin Woods, and I'm a first grade teacher here at San Onofre School. I've been with the district for 9 years. I taught 3rd grade at La Paloma before switching over to San Onofre School, where I have been teaching first grade all the time that I've been here for now 7 years. I love what I do. It's the aha moments in teaching, the moments where kids shift from maybe struggling to suddenly trusting themselves and seeing themselves as learners. I think it's those moments where I believe in them and I know that they know I believe in them, but they're switching over to now they're starting to believe in themselves. I think it's also those moments of making the kids empowered with their learning and see that that growth and success is finally happening for them, especially at first grade level. There's so much growth happening, and those aha moments are happening so regularly, which is fun to watch.
What I've noticed about Kaylin and her class is it's a fun learning environment. The kids are enjoying themselves, they're having fun, they're doing hard work, they're doing the work, they're the ones that are doing the reading, the thinking, the problem solving, and trying to come up with creative solutions. But they're doing it in a spirit of fun. Like the kids are laughing, talking with each other, having a good time. It's high level work with an atmosphere of play and kind of a lightness to it that just makes it a warm environment for all the students.
The reason why I'm here for teaching is for the students at the end of the day, that they are the whole reason. And yes, some of them see growth faster than others, but at the end of the year, we can always look back and see we're hitting those goals together. And I always say to my class, we're a family. We're a family in this room. We're supporting each other, we're caring for each other, and we're respecting each other. And so at the end of the day, I know I can leave with my kids understanding that they always have that family in their classroom.
Ladies and gentlemen, when you are selected as Teacher of the Year or Employee of the Year, it is of course a great honor, but it's also a lot of work. You represent our district and the work that we all do, both supporting families and educating students. And so we're thankful for your efforts. We're thankful for your continued efforts as you represent our district and on behalf of the district, the executive cabinet, and the Board of Trustees. Congratulations to our Teacher of the Year. Okay, folks, it's time to honor our retirees. Oops. It's time to pose for more pictures. Thank you, ladies. Okay, now it's time to honor our retirees. These individuals have dedicated years of their lives shaping the minds of our students, feeding our students, driving our students to school, checking them in the office, you name it, that is what our employees and teachers have done. Your hard work, passion, and wisdom, they've really left a mark on our students and on our community. I hope you see them in the community. I hope you see the students that you have impacted turn into amazing adults and contributors here, and that I hope you know that the work you did is an investment in our community and beyond. Each retiree will be invited up, and their principal or their supervisor will be saying a few words. So, my retirees, here's the order. We're going to start with La Paloma, then go to Live Oak, then May Ellis, then Potter. See how my little pattern here? If you could grab your supervisor, or if your supervisor could grab you and line up over here to my right, then we will be able to bring you on up. So I'm going to give my principals and supervisors a second to escort their retiree. Melissa's giving me hand signals. Hold on. What are we starting with here? That's what you're saying. We're skipping her. So Live Oak. Sorry, we are starting with Live Oak. All right, let me introduce you. Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, from Live Oak Elementary School, please help me welcome Principal Patty Parson and our retiree, Sandra Clark.
I couldn't even walk up here without crying, so I don't know how I'm going to get through this. But good evening, Superintendent Hazel, governing board members, cabinet, and guests. My name is Patty Parson, and I'm the principal of Live Oak Elementary. And it is an honor and a privilege to stand before you tonight to speak about Sandy Clark. Sandy started her career with FUESD as a classified sub and a classroom assistant. But she has been the face of Live Oak for the past 21 years. As administrative school secretary, she was the first smiling face that greeted everyone at the door. She worked tirelessly to ensure Live Oak was running seamlessly on a daily basis. Her desk decorated to fit whatever season we were celebrating, was a place of comfort to both students and staff. Somewhere you could always receive a warm hug or the sweet smile that you needed. Her positivity radiated and was contagious even during the hardest moments. At any point in the day, you could find Sandy, the Halloween queen we called her, offering ice in the health office, laughing hysterically with someone as they watched a TikTok video, assisting with a student, grumbling about the Padres or Chargers, or speaking with Live Oak families, because we all know she knew them all. Sandy's impact on the students and staff at Live Oak will not be forgotten. From our thrift store gift exchange at our annual staff Christmas party to Friar Fridays, she has started traditions that will be around for years to come. Her colleagues say it best. No matter how difficult a day was becoming, the one constant that I could depend on this campus was that Sandy would have a smile on her face and was always ready to listen. When I first started at Live Oak, Sandy was the most welcoming and smiling face in the office. She made sure I was comfortable on my first day and every day after that. Her willingness to listen to others, make them feel important, and help solve any problems we may have was a godsend. I will never forget Sandy, and the pure kindness she showed me is truly one of a kind. Sandy has the biggest heart of anyone I know, with a love and passion for others that shines through even on the darkest of days. She was the first person to greet newcomers to the Live Oak family, including myself, with a smile and a hug. She is the heart and soul of what we do at LOE because of her connection to the community and the staff. The impact she has made in my life cannot be expressed, and as happy as I am for her, it brings tears to my eyes to think of how much I will miss her. Sandy was the glue in so many ways for our Live Oak family. She wore many hats, took care of every need, treated everyone with love and respect, and always did it with a laugh, a smile, and a huge hug. Sandy, I am honored to have had the opportunity to work with you these past 6 years. And I feel so incredibly fortunate to have called you my colleague, but more importantly, my friend. Sorry.
And help me welcome Principal Claudia De Leon from May Ellis Elementary School.
Good evening. I am honored to recognize Esme Johnson on her retirement and to share about an amazing educator and colleague. Esme has been in education for 38 years. Her time with FUESD has spanned 33 years, where she taught second grade for 19 years at May Ellis and fourth and fifth grade at William H. Frazier for 4 years. She returned to May Ellis 10 years ago as a dual immersion TOSA and also taught fourth and sixth grade. To say she made a difference and impact on our students, staff, and families is putting it lightly. She worked tirelessly to provide her students with the very best preparation for whatever they sought in life. She also supported her colleagues as an induction mentor and always opened up her classroom to provide them with guidance and share her knowledge with others. Her colleagues wanted to share the following about her. Esme is a mentor, friend, and our example. She has a beautiful heart and is knowledgeable beyond belief. She makes us feel like she is learning from us, but we continue to learn from her. Her humbleness and open mind are admirable. She always made us feel comfortable and safe to go to her for advice and perspective. She has helped us grow so much. With all the gratitude and love in our hearts, we are the teachers we are today because of her. Her willingness to share, help, and her love for students radiated. Our heart jumps with excitement for her and the time and memories she will share with her loved ones. Esme, you are a gem. On behalf of the May Ellis community, thank you for your dedication and commitment to our school and FUESD. Your impact on May Ellis is indelible. We wish you the best in this next chapter of your life. Congratulations on your retirement, Esme.
Congratulations. And from Potter Junior High, help me welcome Dr. Alex Gonzalez.
Parsons, I'm wearing a special tie today in representation of our Dodgers, right? That's right. Go Dodgers! Good evening, Superintendent Hazel, honorable board members, colleagues, distinguished guests. It is with mixed emotions that I stand here to share a few words about Mr. Robert Hewish. Did you know that Robert spent 20 years in the Navy? What? Marine Corps. I got his attention, right? I got his attention. He rose to the rank of Master Sergeant and dedicated over 20 years serving our country. Robert, thank you for your service. So this is actually his second retirement, right? He retired from the Marines, and now he's retiring again. So he likes his retirement thing. Mr. Hirsch worked here in Fallbrook, in the Fallbrook community, and has been nothing short but exemplary. Personally, I have had the privilege of learning a great deal from him. He embodies the qualities of a stellar and humble mentor, an outstanding role model, and an extraordinary individual. And Robert, I didn't tell you this, but about 2.5 years ago, I lost my dad, and coming here to work with you has been just an amazing opportunity for me to continue learning from individuals like him, and seeing you and the dedication you have to our commitment to our students here, our families, and our staff, really inspired me to do even better. So thank you for all your mentorship. Over the span of 25 years, Robert has devoted himself to this noble profession we share, with the last decade spent as assistant principal at Potter. The impact that Robert has had on Potter cannot be overstated. From Mr. Rodriguez, who is here tonight as well, to Mr. Frost, to Dr. Powers, and now to me, Robert, you have been the cornerstone of our institution, and your absence will be keenly felt. As a matter of fact, Dr. Powers says the following: Robert, as you embark on this exciting new chapter of your life, may you find fulfillment, happiness, and countless new adventures. Remember to take the time to relax, explore, and cherish the moments with your loved ones. Thank you for being an incredible colleague and creating great memories. Wishing you all the best in the next chapter of your journey. Well deserved. You will be missed, Robert. However, there is comfort in knowing that your lovely wife, Nancy, your daughters, and your beautiful grandchildren who are here present today will now have more of your precious time. No more long days at work. No more long traffic lines after mission exit. And certainly no more midnight emails that we're going to get from you. So again, congratulations on this milestone. Your Potter family loves you, and we will miss you dearly.
And from William H. Frazier School, help me welcome Erica Rainey, principal from William H. Frazier.
Good evening, everyone. We're proud to be here to recognize and honor the career of this wonderful, amazing woman, Mary Rodriguez, for her 43 years. 43. Amazing. As her role as certified speech language pathologist assistant. And when I learned about her history here in Fallbrook, I was just blown away. She began her career in 1981 as a bilingual classroom aide for kindergarten classroom, and then also supported some upper grade classrooms with ESL lessons at May Ellis. In 1985, Mary was hired as a bilingual speech aide and has loved it ever since then. She began working at Fraser when it opened in 1999 and also currently supports the La Paloma School as well. In February of 2003, Mary received her official speech language pathology assistance license, which shows even more of her dedication and passion to helping our students here in Fallbrook. Here are a couple of comments that your colleagues have shared about you, Mary. Mary has dedicated so many years to the district and has always done a phenomenal job with her students. She is kind and comes to work with a positive attitude every day. Mary is an absolute joy to work with, and I am so lucky to have the pleasure to work with her every day. I honestly could not do my job without her, and I am testament to that every day. She comes in no matter what with that smile on her face, and I'm okay if she has her Dodger gear on. It's okay. I am a Padre fan. It's accepted. It's okay. So, Mary, you and your La Paloma family will miss your passion for supporting the diverse speech needs of our students. I want to thank you for being an advocate for all of our students that you have supported and nurtured in your 43 years of service. We wish you a happy retirement and congratulations, and enjoy your grandbabies and your family in Texas. Congratulations, Mary. Thank you. You're welcome.
We're in it together. Okay. Okay, you're gonna do Anita first, or who do you want to do first? They're going together. Okay. And we have 3 employees retiring from typically, or the technical district office. So Dr. Leah Curcio will speak about our first 2, and then we'll invite Leonard Rodriguez.
Today we celebrate the remarkable careers of Maria Flaherty and Anita Allen, true gems in our community. Maria's journey began back in 1984 when she embraced the task of becoming a first grade teacher at San Onofre School. Little did she know at the time the impact on countless lives that she would have and the legacy she would be leaving behind. Maria possesses an innate creativity, and she's an outside-the-box thinker, and those traits have quickly become the hallmarks that we will remember. After 29 years in the classroom, Maria's journey took her to instructional coaching. In this capacity, Maria shined as she supported our teachers across the district with tech, distance learning, STEM, project-based learning, outdoor ed, and anything else I could throw at her. Her willingness to embrace new challenges and her unwavering commitment to excellence made her a guiding light for us. She loves pushing the boundaries of teaching and inspiring others. While Anita's story began in a Spanish-speaking community in Los Angeles, and she was so motivated by her surroundings, she never knew that learning to speak Spanish would change her life forever and shape her future. Anita got a degree in business and became a businesswoman and realized one day she was at a crossroad. And then she saw an ad in the LA Times for a teacher shortage, and she decided to take the leap and became the awesome teacher she is today. She taught in LA Unified for 4 years and then moved to North County, where she got an unexpected phone call from Fallbrook Union Elementary School District, even though she didn't apply here. And she spent the last 28 and a half years as a TK through 4th grade teacher, using her math degree to support our students. And we are so fortunate that in the last 3 years of her 28 and a half year teaching career in Fallbrook, she landed in the migrant ed program supporting our families, and we will miss her dearly. Maria and Anita will be embarking on a new chapter in their lives, but I want them to know, and all of us want you to know, that you have impacted lives of Fallbrook children for generations and generations of lives. And so I want to take this time to thank you both for everything that you have done and congratulate you on your retirement.
Go to the middle. Congratulations. And also district level support, Mr. Leonard Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, friends and family. Congratulations again to our Teachers and Employees of the Year and to our retirees. The late poet Maya Angelou said, "People will forget what you said, they'll forget what you did, but they will never forget how you made them feel." And Pam Weichert exemplifies this quote in many ways. And I'm proud to recognize her tonight and her contribution she's made to our district as our district nurse. But none more important than providing children with great care, staff with needed support, and parents with the reassurance that their children were safe when attending our schools. Pam started her career in Fallbrook in August 2018, joining Nurse Kitty. Before coming to Fallbrook, Pam had a very prestigious career, Kaiser Permanente, working primarily in pediatrics and providing training to other nurses and frankly doctors in family practice. And as Fallbrook team members and as a Fallbrook team member and colleague, Pam was always about advancing her work to support student health. She is well connected in the health field and worked diligently to stay on top of current laws, initiatives, and trends in school nursing. And although we have a very talented and competent crew of healthcare specialists, they know they can count on Pam for her support if and when that very touchy, delicate situation presents itself. And she does so with such professionalism, patience, and understanding. Particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic, I appreciated Pam's knowledge and just her patience and just her calm approach, knowing that everything was going to be okay. She presented ideas to address these challenges facing our district, but her positive problem-solving nature that she maintained made her an invaluable resource to all of us in the district. Looking forward to retirement, Pam will continue her most important labor of love, being a wife, mother, and grandmother, and spending most of her time with family and traveling as much as possible, I hope. Care for one, that's love. Care for hundreds, that's nursing. And as we celebrated National School Nurses Day yesterday and continue to celebrate National Nurses Week this week, and personally for Pam, this will culminate a 50-year career in nursing. And so tonight is no better time to honor Pam and say best wishes and congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you and congratulations. As I'm listening to these speeches, it just reminds me what special people we get to work with every day. Just a show of hands, how many of you were students or as teachers have been to the Duluth Outdoor School Ecology Center? We get to honor Mr. Scott Gordon, and Principal Amy Pleat is here.
All right. Good evening, Governing Board, Cabinet, Superintendent Hazel, and honored guests. As we gather here today to bid farewell to a beloved educator, I am deeply honored to speak on behalf of Mr. Scott Gordon, who has dedicated over 3 decades to the noble pursuit of outdoor education. For countless Fallbrook residents, visiting Duluth Schoolhouse has been more than just a field trip. It's been a transformative experience woven into the fabric of our community. To the steward of this land, who has tirelessly cultivated a love for nature and instilled values of stewardship in over 84,000 students, we owe a debt, yeah, give that, that's awesome. We owe a debt of gratitude that words cannot fully express. Your commitment to fostering curiosity, resilience, and respect for the environment has left an indelible mark on generations of young minds. As you embark on this new chapter called retirement, know that your legacy will continue to inspire us all. May the memories shared under the canopy of trees and along the winding trails serve as a reminder of the profound impact of your dedication and passion. To our dear Mr. Gordon, thank you for enriching our lives, shaping our community, and leaving the world a better place than you found it. Here's to the next adventure and the countless lives you'll continue to touch along the way.
I know it's hard. You guys are doing great, though. I'm proud. Congratulations. Thank you. You know, sometimes when we have the whole staff in this room at the beginning of the year, transportation shows up with their own sign. I'm looking for the sign now. What happened? No sign. Please help me welcome Mr. Robert Trotter from Transportation.
First of all, I'd like to thank the Governing Board, Cabinet, and our Superintendent, Ms. Monica Hazel, for the opportunity to celebrate the retirement of these dedicated individuals. First, let me say, it takes nerves of steel and the patience of a saint to drive a school bus. Okay? So our first retiree, Mr. Don Beverson. Mr. Don, as his students call him, has been with the district close to 20 years and has been driving the school bus at Camp Pendleton for Mary Fay School most of that time. He has built a special bond with the students, parents, staff at the school. Whenever he's absent, they all call me to find out what's going on. Yeah. So Mr. Don is highly respected by anyone that has the privilege to meet him or work with him. He is an extraordinary example of compassion and dedication. Throughout the time that I've had to work with him, he has helped me and others to have the trust and faith in what we do so that we can continue to serve the community and our students with the utmost pride. We couldn't have asked for a better person to represent what Fallbrook Union Elementary School District is all about. We already miss your presence, and we wish you the best in your future as you move on to enjoying the retired life. You want to do them all? Yeah, I think that would be nice. Yeah, Bob, jump in there. Okay. Next, Robert Snow goes by Bob, so we're going to go that way. Bob is Sano's bus driver / custodian extraordinaire. We have had, there you go. We have had the honor of having him with the district for the last 11 years, but he has been driving school buses for close to 25 years? 23, close enough. We've known each other most of that time. So Bob starts every day preparing the bus to go pick up students and then and get them to school on time, then morphs into a custodian who, with a mop in one hand and a joke in the other, is always ready to lend a hand. Whether he's taking kids on field trips or reading books or donning a cape as Zero the Hero, yes, I know about that, to teach kindergartners about place value. Bob truly embodies the spirit of service with a smile. As he hangs up his keys and mop and retires, we will miss his spontaneous sense of humor and willingness to go the extra mile. Bob, you've cleaned up more than just spills. You've left us a sparkling legacy of laughter and kindness. I can't wait to see what's next for you. Thank you. So next, Mr. Steve Slater. Mr. Slater, or Steve as we know him, has been with us for about 7.5 years. He's had a huge impact on our special needs students who he's been transporting for the majority of that time. Mr. Steve is one of the first drivers that I've worked with when I started and has grown to be a very dependable and willing to learn and adapt to different challenges throughout his time with us. The students trust and rely on his consistency and caring attitude. He has been a calming force for the new and existing drivers because of his ability to reassure them that they can handle any challenge as he has. Mr. Steve has been a great representative of our district and is a big part of our community as he is also a pastor at one of our local churches. We will miss his upbeat attitude throughout the day, and I would like to say that I really appreciate the time that we've had together and the support that he has shown to our team. We wish him well in his future endeavors and know that he will be missed by all that he has touched. Good luck in your retirement.
Isn't it the rule that if they retire from driving a bus, they have to recruit 2 more? Isn't that the rule? Oh, no, okay, very good. I really would like to thank everyone for making time out of your busy schedules, getting away from school, finding parking to join us this evening. It really makes it special to honor our own and pay tribute to the work that is done not only in our exemplary employees, but in our retirees. And before we wrap up this evening, I'd like to take just a moment to express my gratitude for putting something like this together, from Child Nutrition Services for the yummy food, the facilities team here at Potter and at the district office for setting all of this up, our communications team who got ready with the pictures and the video and taking professional pictures this evening, and our technology team that makes it, it just feels like it got plugged in and we're ready to go, but it's live streamed, there's sound, there's video. Thank you, technology. And a big, big, big thank you to the team members who all pitched in, from Araceli for making these beautiful decorations, to my secretary, Melissa Rodarte, who made all of this coordinated. It's time to celebrate. Please grab some food, enjoy your time together. The board meeting starts at 6, and if you'd like to see some amazing students playing their amazing instruments, you've heard them warm up, you can stay for the beginning of our board meeting. But thank you, congratulations.
We need to get the meeting started. So we'll just proceed as is.
Heart.
I don't want to rain on the parade, but all right. So we're gonna have to move forward with our meeting so we can get rolling. So
Yeah,
please,
we just have to do the oath real
bear
quick.
with us. So the hearing session. This is the portion of our meeting designated for comments from the public about matters related to the closed session agenda. Comments are limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 20 minutes allocated for a particular item or topic. To address the governing board, members of the public must have submitted a completed speaker card to the clerk of the board before the closed session portion of the meeting began. Do we have any speakers?
We do not.
Do not? We don't? No speakers, okay. All right.
Okay.
So we're gonna continue with the oath of office. If we can ask everyone to give,
Just pause. If everyone could just pause for just a moment, we're going to head out into closed session, but we would like to introduce and welcome and swear in our new board members. So if you could just quiet for just a moment, and then you will have an opportunity to continue having lots of fun and enjoying the rest of the food. Okay. Are you ready
All right.
for me to begin the oath?
Here we go. So in accordance with Government Code Section 1360 and Education Code Section 60, newly elected and re-elected school board members are required to take an oath of office before embarking upon their duties. If we can have Mr. Frank Goldbeck come up to the front, which he's there. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand while the oath is administered.
Okay. Okay. Frank, I'm going to ask you to please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Frank Goldbeck, do solemnly swear
I, Frank Goldbeck, do solemnly swear
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear truth, faith, and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Welcome. And with that, the board will adjourn into closed session at 5:43 p.m. And you all can continue enjoying yourselves. All right. Good evening. Welcome. Buenas tardes. Bienvenidos. Hanik Mazanil y bienvenidos para mi escuela. The board has returned from closed session and will reconvene into open session at 6:27 p.m. No action was taken in closed session, and so we will continue with the flag salute, and student presentation will be led by student leaders from San Onofre School.
Good evening, board members, district leaders, and community members. I am Zion Moody. I'm a 6th grade student leader at San Onofre School, and I am pleased to represent the FUESD committee this evening. At this time, I invite you to stand, place your right hand over your heart, and join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing. We have a treat this evening. The awesome intermediate band from Potter Junior High will be performing the Star Spangled Banner. Thank you. You may now be seated.
Good evening. My name is Marley Murrow, and I am an 8th grade student at Potter Junior High School. Before we tell you about our favorite staff, I would like to share how much I have enjoyed being on the FUESD committee. Because of this opportunity and opportunities like this, I am challenging myself to join ASB in high school. It is a really common theme in the Fallbrook Union Elementary School District. The students truly love our schools and the people who work with us every day. You just recognized Teachers and Staff of the Year, and now it is our chance as students to share why we think our teachers and staff are educational rock stars. 1, they're fun. They can really keep the attention of a crowd. 2, they're smart, and they have groupies who line up and follow them everywhere. They are personable. Their fans, the students, freak out when we see them in public. And 4, they're popular. Teachers and staff hear their names being called out everywhere we go, or everywhere they go. Hey, Miss Gonzalez. Hi, Miss Wood. Evelyn and I have a great time at Potter. My ASB teacher, Miss Gonzalez, is my favorite because I have known her for a really long time. She was even my 2nd grade teacher. That was a long time ago. Evelyn says that her math teacher, Mr. Floto, always makes time for students. He knows the kids' names and how to help them do better.
Josue and Susan are students of Fallbrook STEM Academy. Susan says her favorite employee is Mrs. Rosie in the office. Mrs. Rosie has known Susan since she was in TK. She says everyone loves Mrs. Rosie. Even her mom loves Mrs. Rosie. Josue's favorite staff member is Mrs. Rojas. Every time Josue gets nervous, Mrs. Rojas makes it better when she encourages him to do his best.
Sienna and Mia attend La Paloma Elementary School. Sienna chooses Mrs. Herder as her favorite because she teaches her new things. Mia says Coach T is her favorite because he pushes her to be a better athlete. The Infuse students from Live Oak Elementary are James and Carla. James says Mrs. Yerkes is his favorite. He likes the way she motivates students with encouraging words like, "You got this," and "try your best." Carla's favorite teacher is Mr. Acevedo. He is the perfect balance between friendly and scholarly. Mr. Acevedo is funny, easy to talk to, and outgoing. He challenged Carla to be the best student she can be with high expectations, and she still checks in on her every day after school.
Next up is May Ellis Elementary, where Braden and Leslie learn and grow every day. Braden wants to honor Mrs. Velasa because he said she really helped him learn. A fun memory of his was that she let him eat a snack during class because he was always so hungry. Leslie says Mrs. Martinez treats the kids like family. Leslie likes how Mrs. Martinez tells the students she will always be there to support them. At Mary Faye Pendleton, Hunter wants to recognize his principal, Mr. Frost. Hunter is everyone's favorite Infused kid, right, Marley?
Definitely.
And he tells us that Mr. Frost helps him out all the time. Thanks for being there for him, Mr. Frost. Elena's favorite staff member is the library media service technician, Mrs. Larson, brighten Elena's day. Elena visits the library basically every day and always leaves with a smile. And here's my school, not to play favorites, but I think Mrs. McMahon is funny and sweet. Mrs. McMahon has a way of making all the kids feel like we are her favorite. And Magnolia's favorite staff member is Mrs. Mel. Mrs. Mel is a playground supervisor, and she is awesome and always keeps us safe.
At William H. Frazier, Liam says Miss Madera is his favorite teacher, and he admits to being a little sad because it is almost the end of the year and he will miss her next year. Isabel wants to recognize her first grade teacher, Miss Price. Isabel says that she was really nice and didn't get mad if students accidentally ripped a book or knocked something over. And saving the cutest for last, we have the Mike Choke Center. Here, Story shares that she loves Miss Fabiola because she makes the best waffles. There is a lot to be thankful for in Fallbrook because our teachers and staff never stop believing in us. The intermediate band is back again to close us out with a song that matches the sentiment. Thank you, Miss Logan and the Potter Junior High Intermediate Band.
Just a little FYI, Ms. Hazel, Marley just pitched hid today because we found out the other Infuse student couldn't come. And when we asked Marley, she said, of course. But mostly they were excited to meet each other because they hadn't met each other in person yet, only on Zoom.
Okay, we can proceed. All right. So we'll move on to approval of the minutes. It is recommended the governing board approve the minutes of the April 9th, 2024 special meeting and the April 18th regular board meeting. Do I have a motion?
I'll motion. I'll second.
Thank you. Any comments? So I will call for a vote. Trustee McBride,
Aye.
Trustee Fish,
Aye.
and Trustee Govek.
Aye.
And I vote aye, so that motion passes. Excuse me. So moving on to community relations and our hearing session. This is the portion of our meeting designated for comments from the public about non-agenda items, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Should individuals wish to comment on items on the present agenda, they may also do so during this portion of the meeting or at the time the item is considered by the board. Comments are limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 20 minutes allocated for a particular item or topic. While the Brown Act allows for the board to hear issues within its jurisdiction from the public that are not on the agenda, it only allows the board to respond in a very limited manner, such as providing direction to staff. If the board were to have more than this type of brief discussion on an item not on the agenda, it could be a violation of the Brown Act's rules for posting the agenda. To address the governing board, members of the public must have submitted a completed speaker card to the clerk of the board before the open session portion of the meeting began. Mrs. McBride, do we have any speakers?
We do not.
Okay. Good.
Boys and girls, there's the dessert buffet is on the other side. So make sure you also get over to the other side because all the fun stuff is over there too.
All right. So moving on, for a report from the base liaison, Dr. Paul.
Not here.
I see that he's not in attendance. Okay, so we can move on to reports from the board. And
I just wanted to comment, I got to be a superhero on the cafeteria, I forget what it was called, the school lunch program. It was so much fun to be at La Paloma and do that. So I was going to wear my button and I left it at home. I forgot my button.
all right, thank you. Just
Okay, I'll go next. So first, I had the opportunity to join Superintendent Ms. Hazel and go do an instructional walkthrough at William H. Frazier School. I got to see firsthand the recent progress that Principal Rainey's students have been achieving in their goals, especially ELA, math, and attendance, which, you know, I don't know if your children go to that school, you literally, I haven't had a chance to see the process of the other schools in this, but you literally can walk through the front area, the hallways, and you see the process, the progress that they have, like literally posted up as things are progressing with their academics are coming up, their ELA and math and academics, and their attendance is getting better. So also, since the last board meeting, I was able to join the discussions with the PTA President Roundtable and heard all the work that they are doing. I went along and joined Superintendent again, Ms. Hazel, and with her guidance and her readiness and ready at any moment to assist them, I was able to hear their process and also their brainstorming and all the work that they're doing. They're very proud of that, the PTA President's Roundtable. And one other thing I was got to join in was I got to join my community and go see again for the second year the Avocado Festival and enjoy that and buy things. In fact, I'm wearing one of the cute little tops I bought there, and it was very reasonably priced. I guess I'm giving them some people to come by there. So anyway, thank you so much.
thank you, Trustee Goldbeck.
Thank you. I got to go to Don Dornan Games. Did anyone get to go to Don Dornan Games? What an awesome celebration of community that is. What a great tradition that is. I think it really brings our community together in a wonderful way and gets to focus on the kids and all that energy and capacity that they have. And then I love the focus on sportsmanship, ultimately. You know, there's a lot of competitiveness out there, but that the big award goes to the most sportsmanship in embodying school is such a wonderful tradition. I would love to see that continue and grow. You know, that I didn't know about it until my kids were eligible to go. Kind of made me feel like I was missing out on one of the cool things happening in Fallbrook. So that was one thing that I got to see. And then Arts in the Park happened at Live Oak Park 2 weekends ago. And another great community event. Every school, I don't know if I'm stealing anyone's report, their thunder, but every school had a table and they were sharing arts and crafts with the whole community. And the mood at Live Oak Park, usually Live Oak Park is a very peaceful and serene place, but it was just lit up. It was just absolutely beautiful, and the children seemed to really enjoy it. And again, another gem of this community that we're a part of, and the diversity and the vibrancy, it was just something you could really feel. So I love that about our district, and I love that about our community, and I would love to see those continue to grow and flourish with our work here.
Great, thank you. And I don't have much to share, just a couple personal notes. I'm in my last quarter of my studies at UCSD. I'm trying to finish my master's program, so that's contributed to my, trying to really spend every waking minute I have to finishing. So it's caused me to take a little low profile for these past few weeks, but really trying to finish, and hopefully by June I'll be graduating. So that's happening. Hopefully, it will happen. And then I also like to share another personal note. Today is my 20-year wedding anniversary. I don't get a chance to talk about my other half, and most of the time she's at home holding down the fort, but I just would like to give a shout out to Yesenia. I met her at Cal State San Marcos in education. She works at Miracosta College as in education as well. So just wanted to share that. She's okay with me being here tonight. Shows how strong she is as well. Strong of supporter for her family. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you. And I always, leading in Fallbrook, there's always so much to celebrate and so much to highlight every month when we get together. I've got a long list. I'll try to go quickly. And a couple of them you already hit, Frank. So Arts in the Park. This was as a new leader in Fallbrook and new superintendent, I had never attended Arts in the Park, but I heard about it all year long, and I heard about the Don Dornan Games. I had gone to the Avocado Festival because I just live in Valley Center, but Don Dornan and Arts in the Park were brand new events for me that had been talked about all year long, and it definitely was all the hype that everybody talked about. It was phenomenal. I got the best job at Don Dornan Games. I got to kick off the games, and then I was able to pass out ribbons all day long. And so I stayed at the podium and passed out ribbons, and I want that job again next year. It was just amazing to see all of the students smiling, and like you said, the sportsmanship was incredible. And the amount of work that goes into organizing that event is just phenomenal, and just a shout out to our PE teachers and our educational services department and everybody that helped put that event together, and our high school partners as well, and community partners. We had our Fallbrook Rotary was there as well, so it just was an amazing community event. Arts in the Park was wonderful. I had an opportunity, I got to bring my husband and my youngest daughter, Elizabeth, to Arts in the Park, and we signed up for the cleanup committee. And so, but we also got to ride the bus from Potter over to the event, and so it was really a highlight, and the Arts in the Park team said that it was the most well-attended Arts in the Park in years. So they were really excited, and just, again, just such an example of how Fallbrook comes together and really supports the community and our schools. I really appreciated being part of it. A big celebration that we have is that just yesterday it was announced by the State Board of Education that the grant that we submitted was approved by the state of California and the CDE, and Fallbrook is set to be awarded $5.7 million for the community schools program. Thank you. There were 4 schools that were specifically awarded funds. That is Fallbrook STEM Academy, May Ellis, Fraser, and Potter Junior High School. So we'll be working with those school teams to take a look at our application and decide how we're going to implement those funds. So, but I'm just really proud of our district team and all of our schools for the effort and time that they put together for that grant, and it really paid off, because this is a time where we definitely, as we were making budget cuts here with our board, it's a time that we really are going to be appreciative of what the funds can do for our district. I also had the opportunity, I was thrilled that Trustee McBride was able to attend the President's PTA Roundtable. This is an amazing group of moms. PTA President really is a full-time job that nobody gets paid for, except for maybe in hugs and appreciation. This group of parents is just does so much for our school and our district. And so the time we spend together, we have lunch together once a month, and for about 90 minutes, and 30 minutes is where they talk to me about, what are the hot topics that the community is talking about? What are the things that I need to be aware of and focus on? Sometimes they're concerns, sometimes they're celebrations, and sometimes it's just ideas that we're brainstorming together. And then the next 30 minutes is where they share ideas with each other about all the different events that they're planning so that we can share best practices across the district. And finally, I get an opportunity to do a superintendent's update and just tell them a little bit about instructionally what we are focusing on in the district. So they're a great group, and I treasure that time. The other thing that I'd like to give a quick shout out to and just share with the board is that Assistant Superintendent Bustani and our Senior Director Curcio have met with every single grade level. And as a board, we have been prioritizing reading, and we want to make sure that our children are proficient readers and love reading, and that they're prepared for the work that they need to do in high school. And so we have gathered, every grade level has come together with Assistant Superintendent Bustani and Senior Director Curcio, and they have gathered input from the teachers to say, what are the important components of a strong literacy program that's based on the science of reading and what we know about strong literacy instruction? And we want to make sure that that's consistent, that whether you are a student at Sano or a student at FSA or a student at Fraser or La Paloma, that you get that same access to amazing reading instruction. So they've been working together with the teams. I've just been so proud of the input that they've gotten from the teachers, and we are putting together a really strong professional development plan for next year for the teachers. It's for the teachers, by the teachers. We just get to facilitate and organize it. They also said they need books. We need more independent reading books in their classroom libraries for students. And so we are setting aside money in our budget for next year to ensure that our teachers, that we prioritize that. In addition to kicking off a summer reading challenge, you'll hear more about that in the coming weeks, but we're excited to get that work started. And last but not least, I promised Trustee Lundeen that I would share with all of the staff and community. She was so sad that she wasn't able to be here tonight. She is recovering from hip surgery, and she's doing great, but she wasn't able to be here tonight. But she wants to just honor all of our employees and share her gratitude to all of our staff for the work that they do every day. So that's it for me tonight.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So we can move on to our presentation with DLAC and DAC. Dr. Leah Curso, Director of Curriculum and Instruction, will support a parent-led presentation on the District English Learner Advisory Committee, DLAC, and District Advisory Committee, DAC, accomplishments and recommendations, and highlighting what the committees learned from the district's needs assessment.
Trustees, you have the presentation.
Okay, so
and then we also have it up here.
Good evening, Governing Board, Superintendent Haisla, and our Fallbrook community. I'd like to welcome to the podium two representatives from our DAC and DLAC committee, as they will share with us the work of that committee and highlight our work, the accomplishments, and most importantly, some highlights from our needs assessment. And I'm going to give them a moment to introduce themselves.
Buenas tardes a todos. Nosotros somos señora Salmerón y ella es la señora Aguirre. Nosotros haremos nuestra presentación en español porque somos DLAC y nuestro primer idioma en su gran mayoría es el español y estamos orgullosas de ello. Así que primero queríamos darle las gracias por darnos este espacio para reportar todo lo que hacemos en DLAC y expresar nuestras ideas e inquietudes relacionadas con nuestros estudiantes y las familias de este distrito. Y quiero agregar que estamos trabajando cada vez para que siempre haya cada año más estudiantes reclasificando y menos estudiantes con la incertidumbre de esperar un año más sin poderlo lograr.
So as they're very proud of their work, they're going to be presenting in Spanish, and Ms. Savano will be providing translation in English.
Okay, so good evening, everybody. Mrs. Almeron and Mrs. Aguirre, we are going to do our presentation in Spanish because we are the DLAC in, and our first language is Spanish. And we are very proud of that. Thank you for the opportunity and for this time to report the work that we do in DLAC and express our ideas and concerns related to our students and our families. We are working, so every time there's more children reclassified and not being with the uncertainty that they have to wait another year to be reclassified or be tagged as an English learner. Okay. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. It's close.
Bueno, en la pantalla estamos viendo una frase que en español dice: al final del día, la clave más poderosa para el éxito de un niño es la participación positiva de los padres. Esta frase que vemos aquí tiene mucho impacto porque si bien el éxito de nuestros estudiantes es un indicador esencial que demuestra que las organizaciones educativas comprenden sus necesidades y aspiraciones, entonces, si sumamos a todo esto la participación de los padres, los hijos obtendrán mejores resultados en las escuelas. Es decir, porque si los padres damos un buen ejemplo, entonces los niños, los estudiantes, querrán hacer también un gran esfuerzo para pertenecer y para demostrar que también ellos pueden como sus papás. Además, si somos padres líderes, tendremos estudiantes líderes también, trabajando por el desarrollo y el bien común de la comunidad en la escuela.
The second slide says, at the end of the day, the most overwhelming key to a child's success is the positive involvement of parents. This phrase that we see here has a lot of impact because although the success of our students is an essential indicator that shows that educational organizations understand their needs and aspirations, then if we add the participation of parents, the children will obtain better results in school because the good example of their parents makes them want to be better. Additionally, if we are involved, parents and or leaders, we will also have student leaders working for the development and common good of the community at school.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Tania Aguirre y yo les voy a dar lo que nosotros como comité hacemos. Nosotros como comité de TILAC y TAC, que somos el Comité Consultivo de Distrito para los Estudiantes de Inglés y Comité Consultivo del Distrito, nosotros cada mes tenemos, bueno, durante el año 23-24 tuvimos 6 reuniones por las noches. Organizamos 3 noches familiares en español, que se fue de alfabetización, matemáticas, salud y condición física. Tenemos 2 padres representantes de cada escuela, un docente representante de cada escuela. Cada reunión tiene presente un administrador del plantel. Tenemos también, tomamos decisiones y tenemos un grupo consultivo de padres donde tomamos las decisiones que tomamos o de las cosas que vamos a hacer durante el tiempo que vamos a estar teniendo nuestras juntas. También tenemos recomendaciones para los otros grupos de ILAC, de las otras escuelas. Hablamos con ellos sobre qué es lo que nos funciona a cada uno para tener mayor participación de padres en cada escuela de ILAC.
We hosted 6 meetings annually on Monday evenings, hosted 3 Spanish family nights, literacy, math, and health fitness. 2 parent representatives of each school are present in our meetings, a teacher representative from each school. Each meeting has a site administrator present. Partnership in decision-making and supporting site parent advisory groups, giving input, making recommendations based on data, and approving district-level plans, providing guidance and support to site ELACs and other parent engagement opportunities.
También a nosotros como comité nos toca revisar la evaluación de las necesidades del distrito, que nosotros revisamos y nos encargamos de poner las preguntas, de formular bien las preguntas para que sean entendibles para las familias.
We review the needs assessment questions so that the parents can understand them and they are easier for parents to respond.
En la evaluación tenemos estos aspectos destacados. Del año 23-24 tuvimos un 13% de encuestas regresadas a la escuela. También el 91% de los padres sienten que han sido escuchados en sus escuelas, en las necesidades que tienen, que eso fue bueno porque tuvimos un aumento del 9%, que fue del año también pasado. También el 80% dice que ofrecen talleres que son de interés para las familias. Muchos padres asisten a los talleres. Tuvo aumento de un 3% que dicen que los padres que sienten que sus hijos están seguros en la escuela.
These are the highlights of the evaluation of the district annual needs assessment evaluation. From 2023 to 2024, we saw a 49 return this year. We saw an increase of 13%. 91% of our parents feel they have voice and may share input, and this increased at 9%. 72% acknowledge that workshops of interest are offered to parents and families. 95% feel that their child is safe at school, and this increased 3%.
En nuestras áreas de crecimiento. En general identificamos las siguientes áreas de crecimiento, que son las redes sociales. El 18% de las familias o miembros de la comunidad dicen que no acceden a las redes sociales o la información que se tiene en el distrito o en las escuelas en cada página de internet. Muchas familias no acceden a esto porque no tienen la facilidad o no saben cómo usar redes sociales, y eso también queremos cambiar, trabajar para que más papás o más padres de familia tengan acceso o sepan cómo usar las redes sociales para que tengan más información, accedan a más información. También tenemos muchas familias que asisten a talleres que ofrecen las escuelas y los distritos, y también muchos de ellos no acceden a los talleres porque no son de su interés. Necesitamos trabajar en eso para hacer talleres que a los padres les interesen y que tomen en cuenta como las necesidades que ellos tienen para poder ayudar a los alumnos.
Okay, areas of growth. Overall, we identified the following areas of growth. Social media, 18% of our families and community members shared they do not use social media for school and district communications, and we would like to change that. We would like to work with parents so that they can have access to the media. 28% of our families identified that they did not access parent workshops at the school or district level because they are not of their interest. We need to work on trying to find out what interests our community so we can offer some of these workshops.
Ahora vamos con las recomendaciones que tenemos en DILAC. Tenemos los primeros 3 puntos que incluyen apoyo de parte de los padres. Y estos puntos son comprender cómo ayudar a mi hijo, cómo apoyar también a mi estudiante, para que muestre empatía hacia los demás y evite el acoso. El tercer punto es apoyar la educación financiera en el hogar y cómo acceder a recursos para apoyar la vivienda. Estos 3 primeros puntos, que incluyen el apoyo de parte de los padres, son muy importantes dentro de las recomendaciones que queremos hacerle a la mesa directiva, ya que de poder obtener la ayuda necesaria para llevarla a todas las escuelas, los estudiantes de DILAC tendrán más herramientas para dejar de estar en desventaja en comparación con el resto de todos los estudiantes.
From the recommendations, these are the 3 first points that include support to the parents. It is really important within the recommendations that we would like to make for our board members. Since we, if we obtain this help, this necessary help, to give to the students, to take to the schools for the students of DILAC, they would have more tools to be in disadvantage in comparison to the rest of the students.
Los 3 puntos siguientes es como para continuar ofreciendo talleres basados en las aportaciones de los padres. Y queremos también continuar con la colaboración del Palomar College, con clases de inglés y otras clases para nuestros padres, y también investigar cómo apoyar las clases de español para padres, porque en las encuestas nos dimos cuenta que algunos papás, por ejemplo Meyales, que es bilingüe, los papás que solamente hablan inglés también quieren clases en español para poder hacer una comunidad con los papás que hablan español. Y referente a estos 3 puntos, son importantes también para nosotros como padres, para estar en un mejor nivel académico y en mejores condiciones de ayudar a nuestros hijos con sus tareas o con lecciones que no hayan entendido bien durante las clases.
So the next 3 points are very important for us as parents to be in a better academic level and better conditions to help our children with their homework and with their lessons, the lessons that they don't understand during classes.
Y el último punto que a mí se me hace muy importante es que nos gustaría que el distrito continúe ofreciendo música y todo lo que se refiere a las bellas artes. El punto es que, bueno, en mi opinión, y creo que también muchos de los papás opinan lo mismo, Bellas Artes son disciplinas, como su nombre lo dice, son bellas y es arte. Entonces, además de ser esto, el arte es parte esencial de la cultura y la sociedad. Y estudios han demostrado que estas disciplinas promueven el desarrollo de las habilidades como la creatividad, la imaginación, el pensamiento crítico y la resolución de problemas. Y además los niños salen de la cotidianidad, sirve para desestresarse, para pensar en otras cosas que tal vez le fue mal a un niño con un amiguito o que está teniendo problemas para resolver una operación. Eso sirve para que la mente se distraiga y se desenvuelvan mejor. Además, el arte ofrece una forma de comunicación única y universal que incluso traspasa barreras lingüísticas y culturales. Un ejemplo de esto es el festival que vamos a tener, Festival Internacional de Danza que vamos a tener en Meyales, y eso, es el arte.
The visual art, the fine arts, in my opinion, are disciplines that are art. It is part of the cultural and it's part of the culture and society. The studies have demonstrated, or research has demonstrated, that these disciplines promote the development of the creativity, imagination, and critical thinking skills and problem solving. In addition, art offers a form of communication unique and universal that that can pass the linguistic barriers or the cultural barriers. Do I need to make that clear? Okay.
Perdón si estoy hablando mucho, pero es mi oportunidad.
Excuse her, it's her opportunity to share. And really it is about investigating ways to support our parents with different workshops that support them with home, how to support their children at home. And these are the things that we would like to support investigating and learning more about so we can offer them to our families.
Y nuestra siguiente diapositiva es para mostrar otros trabajos que ha hecho este comité. Y los logros para este año fueron que se revisó el plan de control local y rendición de cuentas, que es LCAP. Se proporcionó información sobre este plan, se revisó también el anexo federal y se revisó y corrigió los criterios de reclasificación del distrito. Aunque a veces no parezca, el comité se esfuerza mucho por hacer bien su trabajo y por dar su mejor apoyo a las escuelas para cumplir las metas de tener mayor número de estudiantes reclasificados. En serio les digo, y muchos de aquí son testigos porque han asistido a nuestras juntas, siempre tratamos de poner en marcha las mejores ideas que juntos tenemos a la mesa en cada reunión para obtener el mejor resultado posible.
Okay, these are our accomplishments in the DILAC committee. We reviewed the local control accountability plan, provided input into the LCAP, reviewed the federal addendum to LCAP, Title III plan, reviewed and revised the district reclassification criteria, supported school sites by providing a variety of topics for ELAC meetings and ideas for parent education at the school sites. And sometimes it seems like the committee is not doing a lot, or it's not it's not doing the work right. But we would like to give our support to the schools to attain the goals, to have a better number of students reclassified. We try to have better ideas that we take into consideration. Tratamos de poner en marcha mejores ideas que juntos traemos en cada reunión para obtener mejores resultados posibles. To obtain, we try to get ideas and make them work in order to obtain better, the best results possible.
Ya casi termino. Bueno, cada año nosotros, este comité, nos reunimos con los miembros y pedimos ideas de los cuales están interesados para hablar durante el año. Y también revisamos temas importantes que requieren de nuestro aporte y de nuestro apoyo, y nos involucramos en cómo apoyar a las familias con su participación en el distrito y en las escuelas también. Y así es como desempeñamos nuestra labor en el comité. Como padre de familia, puedo afirmar que además de apoyar e involucrarme en el sistema educativo, con el paso de los años he aprendido a desenvolverme y a participar en público, que como lo hemos venido diciendo, es una parte muy importante del desarrollo de los niños y de las familias del distrito. Es por eso que necesitamos un poco más de ayuda en cómo enseñarle a los papás y cómo enseñarles a ser líderes, pero también cómo enseñarles a sus niños.
And she wants to close by saying that this is the work that our committee has done, and as a parent, she can affirm that in addition to supporting and getting involved in the education system over the years, she's learned that it has developed herself in participating in the public, and it has also been a part of helping develop the academics of our Fallbrook families. And there's much work to be done, but they're excited about the work. And on the last piece, I think the part that was missed is they have been working very hard this year. And they put all their efforts forward in care for our students and our community. So I want to thank them.
Muchas gracias por la presentación. So we'll moving on to the next item here. So we have an action item for new and updated board policies. It is recommended that the governing board approve the following board policies: BP 0460, the Local Control and Accountability Plan; BP 0500, Accountability; BP 0520, Intervention in Underperforming Schools; BP 0520.1, Comprehensive and Targeted School Improvement; and BP 1431, Waivers. Do I have a motion?
I so move.
Thank you. A second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any comments? If not, I will call for the vote. Trustee McBride?
Aye.
Trustee Fish?
Aye.
Trustee Golbeck?
Sorry, Ricardo, I'm new here. The LCAP piece, we talked about timeline on this, and this is a policy piece. So is this the right time to ask a question about what the timeline for the LCAP is, or is
discussion, right, when we moved it to, when it was seconded, then we can have a discussion.
then we can have a discussion? Okay, so now's the right time. So I know we're reviewing policies that govern the school board, and as a new board member, I know the LCAP's very important. It aligns the administrators, the school staff, the educators, everyone on how we're going to accomplish our plan for our students to improve across the board. So the timeline, I understand there's a statutory requirement of July 1st to get the LCAP out, and just wanted to understand where we're at in that process and what the next steps are to get us there, because July 1st is right around the corner.
Thank you. I'll jump on that question. So I want you to know that from beginning in January 29th to March 19th, the Ed Services and our site principals did some community engagement, and we also sent out a district survey to our community. We also presented and got input from all of our committees, including our DLAC committee and our DIC committee. And so at this point, from this point forward, we have a presentation. We'll be notifying the community in May that there's going to be a meeting, our next board meeting on June 6th, that we're going to present the first draft of the LCAP. So after we take all of the input from all of the different committees, we bring a draft forward, and that will be brought to the board on the 6th. And then at our following board meeting in June is when, and then at that time, the public has an opportunity to give input and additional feedback on that draft. And then the board votes on the final LCAP at the end of June at our second June board meeting. So that's where we are in preparation to ensure that we meet the July 1st deadline.
Wonderful. So we've got a preliminary draft coming in a couple weeks, and then we're going to have a meeting to solicit public comment, and then we're going to tie it all together and submit it a couple days before July 1st. That's what I heard you say.
Yep, cool. That's the process. So at our next, it's not a separate board meeting, it's at our regularly scheduled board meeting on June 6th. We'll have that draft presentation, and that's where the community will have an opportunity to provide feedback, and then the last board meeting in June.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
I vote aye to approve.
Thank you so much. And I vote aye, so that motion passes. So next we have another action item, resolution number 24-23/24, designating May 17th, 2024 as Employee Appreciation Day. It is recommended the governing board adopt resolution number 24-23/24, designating May 17th, 2024 as Employee Appreciation Day. Typically, during the month of May, school employees are celebrated by recognizing California Day of the Teacher and Week of Classified Employees. There are several other designated days and weeks throughout the year to celebrate specific employee categories, such as National School Counseling Week and School Food Hero Day. Fallbrook Union Elementary School District values and appreciates all employee categories. Adopting this resolution designates Friday, May 17, 2024 as Employee Appreciation Day for all district employees. Do I have a motion? Thank you. A second?
I'll second it.
Second. Okay. Any comments? Thank you to all our employees. I just want to say it's great to have the event here in Potter. I remember how we were last year, and I think we didn't give the dignity that our employees deserve by having it in the right venue. So I think that's great. All right. So here we go. Let's call for a vote. Trustee Goldberg.
Aye.
Trustee Fish.
Aye.
Trustee McBride. Aye. And I vote aye, so that motion passes. Moving on to Human Resources, action item, resolution number 26-23/24, regarding non-reemployment of certain certificated employees. It is recommended the governing board adopt resolution number 26-23/24 to non-reemploy certain certificated employees pursuant to Education Code 44949 and 44955. Do I have a motion?
I so move.
Thank you. And a second? Thank you. Any comments? All right, hearing none, I will call for the vote. Trustee McBride? Aye. Trustee Fish? Aye. Trustee Goldberg?
Aye.
And I vote aye. That motion passes. Trustee Goldbeck. Okay. Here we go. Second action item, resolution number 27-23/24 regarding non-reemployment or reduction of certain classified employees. It is recommended the governing board adopt resolution number 27-23/24 to non-reemploy or reduce certain classified employees pursuant to Education Code sections 45114, 45115, 45117, 45298, and 45308. Do I have a motion? Thank you. A second?
I'll second it.
Okay, any comments? And I'll call for the vote. Trustee Goldbeck?
Aye.
Trustee Fish?
Aye.
Trustee McBride? Aye. And I vote aye. That motion passes. So moving on to business services. At this time, we are opening public hearing, residential and commercial industrial development school fee justification study. Gavel that in. Do we have any speakers? No? Okay, so now I'm closing public hearing for that. And that brings us to an action item, resolution number 28-23/24, to increase statutory school fees imposed on new residential and commercial industrial development projects pursuant to Education Code 17620. It is recommended the governing board adopt the development school fee justification study and approve resolution number 28-23/24 to increase statutory school fees imposed on new residential and commercial industrial development projects pursuant to Education Code 17620. Do I have a motion?
I so move.
Thank you. A second?
I second.
Thank you. Any comments? All right, I will call for the vote. Trustee Goldbeck?
Aye.
Trustee Fish?
Aye.
And Trustee McBride? Aye. And I vote aye. That motion passes. And that will bring us to a presentation regarding our facilities long-range master plan update. Mr. Bryson Bickler, Director of Facilities, Maintenance and Operations, and Mr. Kevin Fleming, Principal Architect of DLR Group, will present an update to the governing board on the district's facilities long-range master plan.
Sorry, I'm a little bit taller. All right. Good evening. Superintendent Hazel, Board of Trustees, thank you for the opportunity to present our facilities master plan to you. Before I begin, I wanted to say welcome to Trustee Goldbeck. I recognize you from our community input meetings and participating in this process, and it's congratulations on being on the board. Okay, so let's get started. So tonight, after 2 years of hard work by our team, we are excited to present an overview of the facilities long-range master plan to you. The facilities master plan is the first completed by Fallbrook Union Elementary District in 25 years. So the last one was completed in 1999, and I have it. This is it. So this little half-inch binder, just a lot of text in white and black. A lot has changed since 1999, and I think you're going to see that today. This was probably excellent work in 1999. But we're going to show you something slightly more interactive and useful, I think, today. Our 2024 Facilities Master Plan is interactive website. It has robust data, graphs, schematic drawings, and it really gives us the data and metrics to make good decisions going forward. And it's much more accessible to our community. It's not in a binder sitting in my office. It's going to be online and published to our whole community. So just a quick refresher before we jump in. What is the Facilities Master Plan? So it's defined by CSBA as, and I'll just read it, a comprehensive Facilities Master Plan is an essential element of the district's planning process. The Facilities Master Plan provides the district with information regarding current and future needs for student housing, quality of the existing facilities, and facilities renovation and expansion requirements to support the district's educational and programmatic goals. The master plan also assists a district in identifying funding needs for capital improvement and developing financing options. Whoops, I was slide behind. Let's get into the people who are involved. So what you see in this slide is the core planning group. So this is a group, kind of our steering community, giving us guidance through the process. This group of principals, union leaders, board members, district directors, we met 13 times over the course of 2 years. I see some people here tonight who are on the committee, and some of you are sitting up here, and some of you are behind me in the audience. But I just want to say thank you, or if you're listening, for all the collaboration. This was a lot of time, 13 times, most of the time was 2+ hours. So thank you so much. Next, here's a list of staff and community input meetings. I also shared this at our update in January, but I wanted you to see it again. Fallbrook is known as the friendly village, as we know, and that was our experience holding these community meetings. Total, we had involvement from 171 staff and community members attending our meetings to share ideas and give us feedback, like Mr. Golbeck did at May Ellis, about our master plan, what's working well at your school and what needs improvement. And we did our best to kind of capture that on the website Kevin's going to show you. And then also I wanted to mention a few of the sessions were actually facilitated by our students. I know here at Potter, right here in this room at Bowers, our ASB leadership students facilitated the feedback meeting. So shout out to Mrs. Gonzalez and the Potter Junior High ASB. And then lastly, before I introduce Kevin, this is just sort of a high-level overview of a timeline since we began the Facilities Master Plan. So that was in May of 2022, right about 2 years ago exactly. We began with a board workshop where I think we met for about 2.5 hours discussing the objectives of the master plan, what a master plan is, why we're doing it, where we're headed. Following the workshop, we kicked off what I would call the research and discovery phase. That was comprehensive third-party facility condition assessments, where we bring in a company to assess all of our equipment and inventory all of our equipment. We completed a 10-year enrollment projection study just to tell us where we're headed capacity-wise over the next 10 years. Architectural teams toured each sites with the principals. Kevin, when I say architectural teams, I primarily mean Kevin. He toured with all of our sites just to really get to know the site with our principals. After that, we entered our outreach phase, and those were the staff and community meetings you saw in the previous slides. And a community survey was also conducted to solicit priorities from our parents, and Kevin's going to touch on that too. So after all that work, we're here tonight with a completed facilities master plan, and I'm excited to introduce Mr. Kevin Fleming. He is the principal architect at DLR Group, to review the website with you. And I know that you will see the difference between the 99 facilities master plan binder that I showed you and what we're here to show you tonight. So thank you for your time.
All right, good evening, President Favlo, Superintendent Hazel, Board, Cabinet. Kind of happy to be here tonight. It's been a lot of time and a lot of work to get to this point. So the first thing I'm going to do tonight is give you a brief overview, because I know we went through this at the last board meeting a little bit, and then I'll kind of jump into what's new and what is complete, and then finally we'll be looking at how to use this when you get to the point where you want to start prioritizing projects. So this is an ongoing tool that you can use as you move forward. So in your master plan, this is what you'll see when you open it up. It'll be linked to your district websites or anywhere else, social media, whatever you want to do. The information on the general page is, like Bryson said, what is a master plan, and explains. This is thanks to Seth and his group that did a nice little video explaining what this whole thing is. The team members that were part of this whole process, and then the summary, which I'll come to at the end, which is all of the data that we collected in comparison with all of your schools. So it's kind of, you can look at using that for prioritization. So then you get to find my school. So all you have to do is, this is interactive. Look at a school. This will bring up the actual facility master plan for that particular school. The data will load in. It's all backloaded into a large table. What I want to make sure everybody's aware of is this is easily updatable. Whenever you guys want to say, hey, our demographics are different this year, can we update them? Yeah, give me 10 minutes so I can update the demographics for you. So this will give you the highlights of this particular school. You know, what kind of enrollment, what's the capacity of the school, what kind of state money are you looking at that you can match in for the facility master plan, the conditions of the facility, and then ultimately, if you go down to the end, you'll see this master plan scenario builder, and this kind of gets you to where you can look at what the projected costs are for each of the identified projects at each of your campuses. And I think I explained how you could get into that last time as we went through this, where you can adjust your timeline of construction, your projected escalation costs, and then you can build these together to define the budget for that particular school. And then when we go to the summary page, these are where we had identified what I called the metrics or the data sets that we put together. So we had the equity analysis, you know, what type of underprivileged or underserved students percentage at each school. So we can kind of look at that type of equity. Enrollment and utilization, facility condition. So when you look at any one of these, it'll bring up the data in comparison to all your schools, and all of them can be sorted by category or by definition. So you can look at the data from many different angles. And then ultimately you have the master plan total cost interactive portion of it too, so you can build an entire program and how you're going to attack it. But the new part of this is the community prioritization survey that we sent out after, or we closed it after our last presentation. So what this kind of tells us is we had 417 participants. I just filtered it. It was preset on the one that I told Josh to fix. This will kind of tell you from your community's perspective, this was like an overview of the topics that we had discussed that became part of the master planning backbone of projects. So, you know, providing appropriately sized and equipped instructional space for specialized program. These are your STEM, your music, your art, your science, these kind of spaces ranked really high, you know, to make sure that those spaces were appropriately supported. Replacing relocatable buildings with permanent construction, which I can tell you is a high priority across the entire state of California, so you're right there. And then improving the pickoff, drop-off, parking, which is highly always ranks high because quite frankly, most of your community experiences your school through that venue. So we look at it that way. So what I'm going to do next is kind of take you into how do you use this data real quickly in an example. This is an example, it's not a recommendation, but an example about how you can use the data when you get to the point where you want to start looking at prioritization, which was the whole point of why we do it in this particular format. Brought this up. So these are the categories that have what I call weighted categories. I don't put the survey in here as a metric because it's hard to weight the survey. You're going to use that for a different purpose. So on this one, I did a preset for you guys so I can kind of show you. So when you look at here, this is set up, and this tool will be yours. It's not part of the master plan. It can be once you set it up, but it's a tool for you guys to use. So let's say your facility condition is your most important. You want to make sure you're tackling all of the problems. So you can higher the weight of that to 2 times what the average would be. And then I had preset the other ones where we can go to the state funding. That's your next most important. To, you know, capture as much money out of the state of California as you can possibly get. Your equity would be your next on the list, so I would weight that as 1.25%. And let's say the utilization you're not as concerned about, even though it's important, so we can weigh that at 0.75. So what that'll do is actually give you the schools that rank the highest based on those metrics. And that's, you know, the point is this is a very transparent way of making a decision that your community can understand, instead of making it with a bunch of, you know, why would we do it? Their intuition tells you what needs to be done, but data can back up your intuition, if that's a good way of saying it. So with that, I'm going to move back to the PowerPoint presentation where I froze this slide in time. So you can flip me, I'm going to take this out. And then what I'm just going to run through is finish the scenario and then we'll be done.
Can I ask a quick question about the definitions of these terms, equity weight, utilization weight? Like if a citizen is looking up how these tools are used and what these terms mean, where would they find that?
The equity?
Well, yeah, utilization weight and equity weight, those aren't intuitive to me at all.
We can actually add a description, if should we, in the actual website, but real quickly, equity just means what type of student population are you serving? It's part of your diversity, equity, inclusivity kind of movement. So you're looking at socially, economically disadvantaged students, students with disabilities, things that the Department of Education in California track. So each school serves a different percentage of those students. And then the utilization rate is how much of your school is being used for the educational purposes. In other words, some school districts, you might find that you have a school that has a capacity for 450 students and their actual enrollment is 200. You know, so you want to know. You guys are pretty much at your capacity, so that's not an issue, but some people have an issue with capacity because of statewide declining enrollment. Okay. So this is where we left off. So what I've done to take this into from your community survey, I picked out the items, you know, the top types of projects. And then I made kind of an assumption on a budget, saying typically, you know, if you had a state and a local funding source, your state funding, you've been identified with about $35 to $40 million in potential state match money over a next 10-year period. And then I just assumed to get to that match money and where a phase one could possibly be, I arbitrarily selected like $135 million to identify in a phase one projects across all your campuses. And the way I would do that is then I take those community priorities and I start assigning projects. Excuse me, sort of understanding that there is secondary effects. So even though your community says replace relocatables, well, you might have to do something else because those reloads may want to be in place while you're modernizing so you have swing space, you know, things of that nature. But that's a whole thing, keep Bryson busy for years. So the projects that we did here, like for an example at Potter, construct a new 2-story and admin building. It's one facility, it's the new campus entry. Remove relocatables and single-story classroom building that they occupy currently. So that's part of that, replace relocatables with permanent construction, and part of that permanent construction is constructing specialty spaces for those STEM programs and things of that nature. B would be renovate the existing admin building, because what are you going to do with it? So you have to do something with it. And then construct the new parking and drop-off that go along with the new campus entry and everything else, thus touching on that last issue. And then obviously the things like site utilities and electrical are give-me's. You have to do those. So we have identified the cost for those. So what does that mean for this one? So if you're on the website, you can pick those projects, develop a budget, and that'll tell you how much it's going to cost. So I put this out 4 years, again, arbitrarily. I said the feds are right, we're going to be at 2% inflation, great. And then left a contingency at 10%, which is sort of industry standard. If you want to trust your architect, good. You might want to move it to 15%. It's hard to plan these things in advance. So what that does is I took each one of your schools and I selected projects that would build a program up to 137 so that every decision has a logical reason based on either the survey results or the prioritization list of metrics. And again, this is showing you how to use the tool. It's not intended to be a recommendation, even though it's intended to be somewhat logical. So the two reasons I used the most was how do you use the community input and information to identify projects, and number two, my little metric that I brought into this was how do you maximize your potential state match money, because you don't get the match money, it's school specific, it's not district wide. So you have to do projects at the school where the money is available. So that's the results of this particular exercise. And I think with that, we're going to talk a little bit about next steps. And then questions.
So I know that is drinking from a fire hose. That's a lot of information. Just remember, this is a tool. So it's a tool for us to use to help us prioritize, and so that the community, our staff, can really see when it does come time to prioritize projects, or just how we got to that decision versus doing it in this binder. You know, that's how it used to be. And this wasn't very, yeah, technically it's accessible, but not really. You know, now you're sitting at home on your couch, you can look at our master plan if you want. You can read all the numbers that we're seeing. So wrapping this up, next steps are really just, right now the master plan's password protected, so we would publish that on our website. We would continue community outreach and gathering further input, and then it's going to get into what Kevin was really focusing on in his presentation. It's prioritizing the facilities projects. That's not necessarily part of the master plan. The master plan is to show you everything we have. So you're taking a full look at what we have. And I should always note, in town. We did not look at the base schools because we recently rebuilt them. But everything that you have in town. And so those would be our next steps. And we are very happy to answer any questions you might have.
So funding is a key piece to successful. We have an opportunity with this plan to engage our community and potentially set ourselves up to have world-class schools in our community. It's always going to be controversial, but I think there's a great opportunity that the board has to help the district engage that conversation productively, and then working with this incredible tool, prioritize what the community wants to see done with the schools, and then engage them in developing the funds for it, because it's going to be up to us to raising those funds. So I would love to understand how we do that as collaboratively as possible to maximize the chance of success without making the project take too long and then all of us leave and it never gets done.
That's a great comment. So there's no easy answer. So in public construction is long. If you've been around a school district, I mean, if you look at the base schools, that process started, I think, 12 years before anything. I mean, long process just to secure funding. And that was a special, it's not a perfect example for your question in town because it was federal money, different program, but the principle's the same. It takes a long time to acquire a grant like that. I don't know of any grants. I'm not aware of any grants that would help our in-town schools like that base scenario that we went through. We have developer fees. That's a very small, it can make a very small dent in some of the needs that we identified through the facilities master plan, but you would be looking at a longer, I mean, it's a longer timeline. And I know that's probably not what anyone wants to hear, but the money is just not coming, you know, it's not going to show up tomorrow. But there are things we can do to get started and engage in the community, having strategic discussions, using the tool, and trying to kind of continue the momentum that we built through the master plan. So
we passed a bond over 20 years ago. And how long did those bonds last? I don't remember. Have we paid off have we collected and paid off all of what we got from that bond?
why don't we look at that? I don't want to say the wrong thing.
It's interesting because
we could look, but we could certainly look into that and get you those figures. But yeah, usually I think they're like 30-year.
Because I think we're going to have to have a bond in the near future if we're going to do much of anything.
Trustee Bishop, it is my understanding that it has been paid.
Good.
It has been paid?
Because that's part of, what he was talking about is educating the community, that we're not putting one on top of another. It's been a long time and the schools are old again.
Yeah, and we have I think we have a nice story to tell with the use that we've gotten out of our current facilities. It's not as if we would be asking for something, right? So at the update, you might remember I talked about the age of our facilities a little bit. 80 years, 70 years, you're getting up there and you can't outrun that. So luckily I have an M&O team that does an amazing job at taking care of them. They have been modernized over the years. We're not talking about like the same electrical that was there or anything like that. So, but we want to deliver 21st century learning spaces. And in 1950, they didn't build STEM, they built you a 960 square foot classroom and that, and so that's what we're working with.
Too, having a facilities master plan is just best practice. If there are state funds that come available or grant funds, we're going to be ready and poised because we've gone through this process. And then I think our next step is looking towards the prioritization and working with the community to determine what are the highest priorities in the community. There's certainly, when we look at the overall cost of the entire facilities master plan, we certainly have far more need than we would have funding, even if we did move forward with a bond in the future. And so it's really important that we prioritize the facilities that we are going to address first. So I think that we definitely have, this is a great first step, having this master plan, recognizing what it would take to develop and address the needs across the district of our facilities, and then moving forward from there.
And I am so appreciative of the ability to put in, well, what if we did this? What if we did this? And it's not a secret that a few people know about. I think it's wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all.
All right, thank you. All right, so that brings us to educational services. We have an information item. Oh, sorry. So we do have an action item on that, sorry. Okay. So it is recommended the governing board accept the facilities long-range master plan. Do I have a motion?
Nope. I move we accept the long-term facilities master plan.
Thank you. And a second?
I'll second it.
Good. Any comments? Looking forward to the website. That's well, great stuff. All right. So I'll call for the vote. Trustee McBride. Aye. Trustee Fish.
Aye.
Trustee Goldbeck.
Aye.
And I vote aye. And that motion passes. So now we have educational services, an information item, workshop and conference attendance. We're pleased to support our teachers and staff to continue their professional learning as they participate in conferences, enabling them to perform their duties and remain up to date on new policies and procedures impacting their roles. So that brings us to our consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
I so move the consent agenda.
A second? Thank you. Do we have any comments?
I have a comment. Thank you. I wanted to share with you for item number 1 in consent agenda. The attachment has been amended and it's been posted online. It's also available via hard copy at tonight's meeting if anybody is interested in seeing a copy. We amended the language that will allow us the flexibility to align the number of teachers hired and the number of classified staff hired in line with the students that will be present in our summer school programs that we're offering. This language adjustment, it's just a very small tweak. You'll see the language adjustment allows us to either increase or decrease staff as needed based on the number of students that enroll based on a ratio of 20-1.
Great, thank you for that. Any other comments? All right, so that calls for a vote. Trustee Goldbeck?
Aye.
Trustee Fish? Aye. Trustee McBride? Aye. And I vote aye, so the consent agenda passes. And that will take us to our adjournment, which it will be at 7:56 p.m. Thank you, and have a good night, everyone. By the way, that was the theme song for the San Diego Padres. Yeah. All right.